It has to do that once per game. I don't know.
With darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be else. Crime, it's the
Can we like not do that? It seems to do it more with MGS3. I don't know why. Maybe my capture card is too high IQ.
You go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one
Yeah, Blue Point fucked this up too. Like the intro's out of sync with the music.
It's the way I lie to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Okay, actually, it's a good thing that Dim or Thin is here. At the beginning of 3. A quick thing that I'd like to go over. What does it say in Japanese here? Does it actually say I like or I played? Because that would explain a lot. If it actually says I like MGS 1, 2, 3, I don't know. I'm kind of curious what it says in Japanese. Okay. Well, here's the thing. You are expected to have played the previous game. So, the correct way to go is I like MGS 2, which is a little bit of a contradiction. That's why I wanted to see what it's like in Japanese. Because picking this gives you the most content about MGS 2 not being liked. If just by a little bit, but that's the way to go. So, hold on. Do we have... Oh shit, I hope we can do... Okay, we can do extreme. But the only difference between European Extreme and Extreme in MGS3 is game over on site. Other than that, they're completely identical. They're gonna play in Extreme because there's some features and gameplay stuff that we can do during alerts that we would not be able to do in European Extreme. So there's a lot going on here. But anyway, let's do a new game. And like I was saying, you are fully expected to have played and disliked the previous game when going into MGS3. But it's funny because by selecting I like MGS2, it gives you the most content about that. So MGS3's main existence, reason for existing, and main goal is to be an apology after people disliked MGS2, bitched about Raiden, bitched about Vamp, bitched about not knowing who the Patriots are, bitched about not being told what to believe in the end, what the ending is, and MGS2, all that stuff. So the reason that MGS3 is a prequel is to stay as far away as possible from the story of MGS1 and 2 and have as little as possible to do with it. And then, of course, MGS4 comes out and does the exact opposite. It takes MGS3 characters and MGS1 and 2 characters and it just combines everything. But anyway, until MGS4 was a thing, MGS3 is a prequel mainly because they wanted to stay away from that and not mess with that. And one of the things that the game is constantly trying to do, although this is subtext that most people don't really think about in MGS3, the game is constantly trying to please you and reassure you that you don't have to deal with those same things in MGS2 again. But yeah, scattered throughout the game are a whole bunch of references, little jabs, and little making fun of and laughing with / laughing at the people who didn't like MGS2. And the intro, the very intro, a couple minutes into the intro, we see the first sign of that. Again, most people will miss this, do not think about it. When Zero says the virtuous mission, and Snake says a virtual mission. No, the virtuous mission. That right there is the first sign that they're trying to reassure you. And this time, you don't have to deal with it possibly being virtual. You don't have to deal with questioning reality. You don't have to deal with any of that, you know? But the first sign of that is that little it's not a coincidence. It's not left to randomness. The Snake says virtual mission? No, the virtuous mission. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about that now. Of course, if we pick I Like MGS2, I Like MGS3 would not be available as an option if you play the original MGS3 out there first time. You are expected to have played and mostly disliked MGS2. But if you pick I Like MGS2, which is interesting, you start off with the mask, and that gives us extra dialogue. But that's during gameplay. We can cover that during the actual after the intro, I guess. But the intro itself has that little first hint: virtual mission? No, virtuous mission. Don't worry. MGS3 as a whole, like I said, is a prequel because they wanted to stay away from MGS2's story. And you play as Naked Snake because people missed playing as Solid Snake. So, and these are Kojima's words. In the game universe, Solid Snake is a clone of Big Boss. But in the real life development universe of the games, it's the opposite. It's Naked Snake, Big Boss, who is a clone of Solid Snake as a playable character. MGS3 is Big Boss reinvented as a hero, reinvented as a playable character, modeled after Solid Snake. So you have the smoking, the bandana, the flirting, the one-liners or whatever. All that stuff, the boxes, all things from Solid Snake as a playable character. Completely reinventing Big Boss's character. MGS3 retcons the absolute shit out of Big Boss's character. If you look at Big Boss's background in MGS1, I really need to get a sauce for this. I don't know if it was like a game manual, handbook, guide or something, but There's a whole bunch of character backgrounds for MGS1, including Big Boss. And if you read Big Boss's original background, it has absolutely fucking nothing to do with this. So MGS3 retcons a lot of things. It retcons Big Boss's age, upbringing, training, origins, nationality, and that's just Big Boss. That's not even going into the other characters. Anyway, let's get started with I Like MGS2 on Extreme. And yeah, just pay attention to that. We'll have the mask and we'll have virtual mission. No, the virtuous mission. Don't worry. You don't have to use your head this time. Holy shit, Tiggle, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Man, 64 months tier 3, what a thick
After
sub.
the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
After the end of MGS2, the fanbase was split into two, Fringe and Based. This marked the beginning of MGS3. Man, we haven't even talked about the keyboard for MGS3. Ah, fuck it. Let's just get into the game first.
Flying over Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
August 24th, Kojima's birthday.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Uh-oh, who's this guy?
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector.
See, there's another MGS1
on
reference here,
your mask.
actually. Just like Solid Snake only listens to Campbell when he says in the briefing, I only accept orders directly from you, Colonel. When this random guy
Anyways, know what he's doing?
tells him to put out the cigar, he doesn't do it.
Approaching release point.
But when Zero
10
tells him,
minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
then he does that. So that's another MGS1 Solid Snake connection there.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings.
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my side. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Don't worry, after Snake's infiltration, the Virgin Cliffs were simply known as Cliffs.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west.
Except he's kind of dumb, so I don't know if you can do that. Hey, Agent Snow, thank you so much for the Prime
If we don't
sub.
get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking.
Better not be young Snow's alt account.
Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proof.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talent?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Guys, wait a minute. I think something might be wrong here. It's Jack, the blonde guy. Wait a second. It even says Jack in the help bar. And I'm some blonde guy. And then I kill myself. Mission failed.
Snake, What
Wait,
happened?
Snake?
Snake!
Who?
Snake!
If we get a game over here, first thing, we get mission failed. Just like another game. Where you're some blonde guy named Jack. But Kojima, I just played MGS2 and I'm really disappointed that I had to play as Raiden. Going into MGS3, you should make me a badass action hero. So, I'm really pissed right now. I was expecting something different.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different?
Yes.
Go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
What's wrong? You're expecting something different?
What's wrong? You were expecting something different? Now.
The game was ready. Well, even before the actual gameplay, you know, with the whole virtual mission thing.
Who the fuck is this guy?
But as soon as we start here, like this, Zero's also like, were you expecting something different? But wait, this isn't right. Snake will quickly remind us. I was expecting something different, yes. And clearly playing as the blonde guy named Jack isn't right. Yeah, this isn't right.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake,
Yeah,
the crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
good idea. This isn't right. Time for the snake to shed his skin.
This isn't right. Of course. And now I'm cool. This is what I wanted, Kojima. It wasn't right earlier.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Well, there's really nothing else going on until we do get the backpack, so let's just get it over with. Except that goes into a huge radio call after that. You can see how we're already being bombarded by these little, I call it MGS2 backlash content in MGS3. And pretty much the entirety of MGS3 and the way that it exists is based around that. And most people miss it. Anyway, more bitching about that. After the call. Because there's more right here. Right at the beginning.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You are a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Knife, gun, knife gun. Alright, let's go hunt some stuff. The volume specifically goes up when the boss shows up, when she's talking or whatever. And then when it's back to mission related shit, it goes down again. It's like normal volume. Before it was boss volume. It just, this game just does that in that call. I didn't mess with it. Yeah, I do wonder because like each game has little different volume levels. Well, we'll figure out. Anyway, so like I said, there's more stuff going on with the MGS2 content in MGS3. Let's just call it that. So if we hunt some food here, kick the mushroom, that counts as hunting, and a couple of snacks here. So once we find food, there's two different calls about it, depending on whether you already eaten any or not. If you do the call without eating any food, they just simply explain to you how to eat the food. Snake, open your mouth and place the food inside. Something like that. But if you're already eaten some food, then there will be a different call. So I'll just eat. Alright, we already ate something. We also need to leave something in the inventory so that they know that I found food. Now the call will be different and much more interesting, and another jab at MGS2. I should say before we get into all these interesting little tidbits about MGS2, there's a lot of other calls at MGS3 as well. There's a lot of story-related calls. In fact, there is an insane amount of calls at MGS3 that I'm willing to bet most people have never seen or heard. Because especially in the Virtuous Mission, like, there's only a handful of areas and things that actually happen. It's really not paced well. I mean, the calls are good and all, but there's simply so many of them that, like, most likely you're gonna play the game and go through the game without getting all of them, especially the Virtuous Mission. So in order to get them, you have to specifically go out of your way and want to get them. That's what we're gonna do, so get comfortable because we're gonna be on the radio a lot. It also doesn't help the way these calls are kind of buried in tutorial calls that tell you where to go. Sometimes you have to close and reopen the radio to load the next unique call. So it's really easy to miss. It's really easy to think that there's no calls left. When really what you need to do is close the radio and reopen it, or skip a couple extra tutorial calls which are repeated. Like any normal person would think there's nothing left when it starts repeating, right? But no, that's not how it works. So it's a bit of a mess in that aspect. But the calls themselves are pretty good. So we'll do that a lot. So this call that I'm talking about right now about having found food, I'm not sure if we're gonna get right away. But yeah, we'll sit here and call. Zero has a lot of calls to go through.
Sokolov should be at the...
But we're gonna skip the tutorial calls and the calls that tell me where to go, because that's not interesting.
Snake, intelligence indicates that area is outside the enemy's cordon.
Okay.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support.
Okay.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more...
Yeah, okay.
Snake, use the survival viewer.
Yes.
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's, Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
You can see already that he isn't quite sure that he picked the right code name. And this is an optional call, but later there will be, a story call during the Snake Eater mission where it's pretty much confirmed that he picked the wrong one. But we can already get a hint of that. Alright, I didn't have audio on. So I heard that you got into a little bit of a discussion with Three Dog over that. And that basically I was right. Hey, at least boys, 16 months resub. Cheers, man. Thank you.
If you have any questions...
Yes.
If you have any...
Come on, man.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted... You can use an equipped weapon during first person...
No shit.
Snake, making it harder for the enemy to spot you is... Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training. When standing, press the crawl button.
Okay, so when he says the methods learned in training, it's a leftover thing from MGS2, where, MGS2 had context. Because Raiden's training was MGS1 controls. Here, they also refer to MGS2 controls as training controls for MGS3, because it's one of the few controls that changed, is that changing stances, pressure sensitive now. But yeah, that's not too interesting.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself.
No.
The idea behind this mission is procure
Really?
on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site.
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the...
Okay.
Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the Victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
Okay.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
I'm a little scared we might miss that call now, because I think it might be time-based too, but like all these calls take so much time, I don't know if it counts. Also, there's a call we need to get right now. When we put the mask back on. We'll see.
Sokolov. Snake, are you wearing that
Here
mask
we go.
again?
Yeah. For some reason, it feels kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, well, for some reason, I don't like it.
Why not?
Something about that face just rubs me the wrong way.
It looks fine to me. But if you hate it that much, why'd you give it to me in the first place?
Well, that mask was originally created for use in another mission. An agent was supposed to disguise himself as a Soviet officer and sneak into an enemy installation. We had it all set to go, but certain circumstances forced us to abort the mission. With the mission cancelled, the mask was going to be thrown away. But the guy at the CIA's tech division who created it pitched a fit.
Why'd he do that?
He said it was too good to throw away.
Yeah.
According to him, that mask is a revolutionary new design that lets the wearer blink, something that wasn't possible up till now.
I'd think you'd want to make the lips move before bothering with the blinking.
Yes, I thought so too, but for some reason he's obsessed with making it blink.
Whoever he is, he sounds like a crackpot.
Well, he does good work, but I spend 3 days a month just dealing with the complaints we get about him. Oh well, never mind. Anyway, I decided to put this mask we had in storage to good use by hiding your identity from the gunship crew.
I get it. So this mask is based on a model somewhere.
That's right.
What do I do if I meet that guy?
That's not going to be a problem.
Why not?
The man the mask is based on is a GRU officer. You're in the KGB's sphere of influence. Chances are you won't run into him.
And if I do?
Beat the crap out of him.
So we have this recurring theme throughout the game. There's Zero is not pleased with Raikov's or Raiden's face. Oh well, for some reason I don't like it. Beat the crap out of him. Not just Zero, Sokolov as well. So there we have more commentary on that. Yeah. Yeah, guys, you didn't like MG2, you didn't like Raiden? Here, look, now we're making fun of him and everybody dislikes him, and he's literally gay now, just like you keep saying. Well. Let's see if we can get the rest of the calls here. I really want to get that food call. I hope it's not too late.
Sokolov should be at the... Sokolov... The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
This is the guy who takes over the world. Okay.
Snake, what do you do?
Give me the food call, please.
Sokolov...
Major, what kind of place is this
Jeez.
secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels, which she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. That we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects.
Hey, Johnson 1979, thank you for the 6 months. I'm starting to think this is a little too deep into Zero's calls. I don't know what it is, but that call is like time-based or something. Come on, please.
Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun
There's another
in
one.
first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, press...
Okay. So the laser sight part is the one that interests us because obviously in MGS1 and 2 you have laser sights with most weapons. So this is also a tiny little jab and reference at that. So, Raiden had laser sights for everything. But a real soldier doesn't need laser sights. The food one though, it's... Damn.
Snake? In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation,
I don't know what
I've
the
spent all my time making preparations.
What's up with that call?
Now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake. Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Solino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
The rules of nature, you might say.
Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides...
Can we talk about the food, please?
In most areas outdoors, your footsteps will create some noise.
Damn. I'm literally gonna restart the game if we don't get that call.
With an paramedic...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
Well, that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
I'm hoping that maybe there has something to do with calling right after you pick up a food item. Maybe? I don't know. Let's try picking up again and calling.
Sokolov... Paramedic is... The degree to which you move...
Come on, man.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So Snake goes around burning his shit everywhere, and Skullface has to follow him, digging it up, putting it in a plastic bag, and taking it home for Zero. And Skullface gets back home, finally walks into Zero's room, slaps his bag of shit on his desk. Here, Major, I got Snake's shit. Are you happy? I wish I was kidding, but that's gotta be the canon. Can't really blame the guy for being mad at him, maybe. Okay, we'll give it a couple more calls, and then I'm gonna go to the next area, save, and I'm literally gonna make this call happen. If I have to, because it's too good.
If you have any questions... Snake, if you step in any water or mud, you'll... Equip food as a weapon.
This is weird.
Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun.
I don't really get why.
Major, did you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
Yes, the boss invented everything. She invented special forces, she invented space travel, she invented sliced bread, she invented the halo jump, she invented everything. Anyway, let me save here. I'm gonna do a little bit of trickery. This call obviously has something to do with the timing.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Alright, we're gonna quit here real quick. But a handy game over button. Fine, Pterodox. And then we'll do what's called a pro gamer move. Okay, this call has to happen. I don't know what the fuck the deal with it is, but it's in the game, and now we missed it. So we're doing this little developer save trickery. Let's see. No, wrong menu. Like shit, it has to be here. Okay, so maybe we'll leave the calorie mate for now. Let's do that again real quick and skip all the other bullshit. But the timing doesn't get confused. I don't know, maybe the mushroom did it. Even snakes. Eat snake.
Tasty.
And then call people. Maybe we'll do a quick
I see you caught your...
paramedic. Maybe.
Sokolov
Oh,
ship-
that might be it. That might do it. Let's see.
Snake,
Son of a bitch.
you ate some food?
Yes!
Yes,
You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
What was he, some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
There you go. I don't know why this call is so time sensitive, but it's possible to miss it. But there you have it. Another jab at MGS2. You might think, oh wait, MGS1 had rations too. But there's no way that they're shitting on Solid Snake and MGS1 when they're literally recreating Solid Snake as a playable character in Big Boss. So, and given everything else that they've been talking shit, like given all the other shit that they've been talking about Raiden, that's definitely another jab at MGS2 right there. Zero really doesn't like Raiden. This is a recurring theme throughout the game. Unfortunately, all these calls and little bits of this kind of subtext in MGS3 are all scattered throughout the game. So it's hard to cover them all right now once we're just starting and we're doing all these other things in the game as well. But I did do recently, it's still in the VODs out there, I did do a stream where I was just jumping around the game and getting all of the calls and all the context where they shit on Raiden, essentially. So, okay, let's load this up. We can continue. It might be because I called paramedic maybe about the food. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's continue. Maybe the paramedic called it. If we get it again, maybe that will explain.
I see you caught yourself.
That would
a
explain everything.
python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using a tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later.
Snake, if you have any... Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert.
Let's not do that.
After you've grabbed an... Press the crawl... Snake, remember that the suppressed...
I hate Zero so much. Like, I know he has more unique calls, but he's talking about bullshit right now.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why is that my code name?
I explained that the Virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words...
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
Exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
Holy fuck, Commander Dolph just donated $150. Whoa. It says enjoy a ration. That's many rations, dude. In fact, that's almost a whole case of MREs. Those like $200 each now. Dude, Commander Dolph, is that the Commander Dolph in the chat? Just randomly dropping 150 donation. Man, that's so generous. Sudden. Also, thank you so much, man. That's gonna go towards my ration fund. Commander Dolph is literally keeping the stream going with rations. Jeez, man, thank you so much for the immense generosity. Okay. I wonder if I'll get that call again now. Damn, those alerts are loud now.
Snake, certain enemies...
Maybe...
Sokolov should be...
Fuck, I don't really care. I just know that just if starting a new game and doing it right away gives you the call, but once you're this deep into Zero's calls for some reason, it doesn't trigger that one.
It's possible to destroy the radio that...
That's not. Play MGS5.
Snake, this operation...
Another video idea that I have is to take all of these calls where Zero explains a gameplay feature and play the call and then put a little bit of MGSV gameplay after each call where you can't do any of those things that he talks about. It's amazing. It's an extremely sad video idea. But damn, every time I go through all these fucking tutorial calls, it just reminds me how all of these features are gone. But whatever.
Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of... Snake, the damage that an enemy takes... Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, Jack first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake?
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
So when he tells him, oh, I don't need a reminder, he's like, I see, and then proceeds to explain anyway. That's also a recurring theme in this game. A lot of people just treat Snake like a fucking idiot. Actually, all of them do. I just realized that. Zero, Sigint, Eva, Paramedic, along with Sigint. Everybody on your radio treats you like a fucking idiot. I just realized I can think of at least one call for each character where they do that. And there's multiple ones for certain characters. Hey, Robo, thank you for gifting a sub to Not DRK. Why is there a fucking Twitch account called Not DRK? Created March 26, 2020. What? Sure, why not? So I have a feeling that this whole theme of, making fun of the players who didn't like MGS2 and just having all that commentary in the game about it, and also treating Snake as a fucking idiot because now, Snake being the player and being clueless and wanting to be, he appears like a badass action hero on the surface, but he's pretty fucking clueless in the calls. I don't know, that kind of fits with the whole thing. But yeah, again, scattered throughout the game, but there's a lot of calls where they treat him like an idiot like that. But it kind of fits.
Sokolov should be at... You can get inside trees that are hollowed out from... Snake, when you stand up against a tree or put... in the corner...
Zero, please.
Move the right... If you have a gun equipped...
You can shoot.
By equipping grenade... You did an excellent halo jump.
Here we go.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of Halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for Halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there, In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
Okay, the boss invented everything. I get it. Hey, Colossal Fish wants me to say something positive about MGS4. Easy. The things to praise about MGS4 are all the technical aspects of it. And that one call where Snake and Kojima are pissed off about Big Boss being reinvented as a hero. Because so am I. Derek29 donated $1. Who the fuck is this guy? Dr. Kiefer's real name. What the fuck? Oh god, I don't want to be Dr. Kiefer, but thanks for the $1. Yeah, I kind of want to sit here and list all the calls where people are patronizing or just treating Snake like an idiot, but whatever. We'll slowly go through all of them. Yeah, this is the thing. There's so much to cover. I already I have this complete picture of the game and all the content in it, and I want to share it, but there's so much to go through that we have to go step by step.
Snake, intelligence Press the act.
There's another video idea though. Put together all the calls where people treat Naked Snake like a fucking idiot, or patronize him like a kid. I really need to put these things together, man.
While hanging, you can't keep hanging forever.
Yes, you can. Play MGS-V, Zero.
If there's something to grab onto, press the. If you approach an enemy undetected.
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
Yeah, why not?
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward one step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
I think the space race call is either the last one or second last one. It's towards the end of Zero's unique calls, so we're finally getting there. We still have all the other characters to go through. And the hunting. The other stuff, that stuff happens, yeah? Let me just quickly
Sokolov,
check.
if you have any, you can. Snake? Press. Snake, if you.
That should be it.
When you. The assault.
Just, you know, middle of a mission. It should last a few hours. Tell me a little bit about the space race. Don't worry, the boss invented that too.
During... When you
Yeah, I think that's it for Zira's calls for now. Alright, let's do some hunting. Hey, Immaculate Bong Rip, thanks for the 4 months, resub. I forgot what I was... Oh yeah, somebody's asking me to say something positive about MGSV. I do have something positive to say. About the PC version, there's a neat feature. I think if you press Alt and F4, it actually closes. I think that's a great feature. It's a really positive thing. Yeah. You can press Alt F4 to close it. Oh look, it's a big boy. He wants to eat. Yeah, let me find some not bug juice. Grenades. There you go. Oh fuck, man. Alright, open up. Hey, I said open up. God damn it. Come on, don't be shy. Oh. It's a spicy meatball.
I see you've captured an Indian
Yeah,
gavial.
captured.
The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
It's kind of a boring call. Usually they have something interesting or a little flirty interaction in these animal-related calls. Somebody's asking, what's the best way to play MGS3 on PC? Alright, here's how you do it. You take your PC, you go to eBay, and you order PS3. And then you go to Amazon and you spend $25 on the Legacy Collection. And there you have it. You played MGS3 on your PC. And leave him alone for now. There's something relaxing about just hunting the animals, and each time you capture a new animal, just getting the paramedic call about it. Okay, this guy's pissing me off. Like, I should not look at the chat and physically and mentally feel, you know, tired. So, it's enough wrong things for today. Okay. Let's get Verb. Come back. God damn it. There's another one. There's another one. And the hornet's nest.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nest are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
I mean, I could understand eating the honey, but eating the whole hornet? Like, what the fuck, man? Would you put a whole ass adult hornet in your mouth? Alive, maybe? That doesn't sound like a good idea. We actually captured this magpie alive. These food calls also change depending on whether you've already eaten it or not. And some really are much better in one version or the other, you know? It will completely change what they talk about. Trying to remember. It usually doesn't really change much, but some are worth changing, going for one over the other. So that means you need like 2 of them. One to eat, one to trigger the call in the inventory. So maybe I'm hunting magpies. Ah, fuck it. Go to the next area. I also recently, the most recent thing that I found in the series overall is that there's actually a keratin call. I had no idea. But I triggered it with the keratin in the next area. I'm not sure if it triggers here. Let's try it. I didn't know. I had no idea there was a keratin call.
I see you've captured a magpie. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh?
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Oh.
Yeah, I know for a fact that triggers are the one in the next area. And we'll just go there. But you gotta be careful with paramedic calls because she talks about all the food in the area, and like I said, her calls change. So I kind of want to make sure I get all the food related stuff first. The burb does not taste very good, I'm afraid. It tastes like shit.
Gross.
We just ate a whole ass live magpie. Just put her in his mouth, you know?
Saving the game, Snake?
We also have a lot of movie calls to go through.
Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
how rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine, I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish man?
You started it.
Well, to be completely fair to that guy that I banned, the Legacy Collection seems to have gone up by $5. Last I checked, it was $25, now it's like 30. Damn. Inflation will get you anywhere, even when you're trying to play Metal Gear. That's actually really sad. It used to be like $25, like $23.98 or something like that. I mean, it's like, what, 10 Metal Gear games? It's still worth it, but yeah, now it's like $30. Damn. But still, just get a PS3 and get a Legacy Collection, otherwise you're gonna struggle. What are we doing? Okay, next area.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
I think she said run out in the open and shoot people in the face with the tranquilizer. Right? That's what she just said. Ah. But of course. So, MGS3 guard is not quite as bright as MGS2 guards. Another thing that I might be biased, this might be confirmation bias, but holy shit if it doesn't fit. MGS2 is literally the hardest game in the series, and MGS3 is literally the easiest game in the series. So So, like, it fits. Dumbing down the series and dumbing down the game difficulty. I don't know. I might be seeing things now, but anyway. Let's put these guys down.
Freeze!
God damn it.
Freeze!
I just want to hold them onto the ground so that we can mess with them without them getting up.
Freeze!
It's not working as intended. I think I might be too far, that's why
Freeze!
I kicked them. We'll just do another round here. Damn it.
Freeze!
They keep getting up. They should freeze when you aim at the ground. But
Freeze!
I think I keep doing it too far. I have to CQC them and put them down again.
Who's that?
Well, that guy didn't freeze, but okay. I usually do it with a single action army, I'm not sure why.
Freeze!
It's not doing it with the tranquilizer. Anyway, okay, now they're down. Let's go, okay. Gotta hunt some animals before we can get to Keratin Road. I don't fucking know, actually, if it has a priority over it. Let's find out. Because I know for a fact this Keratin here triggers the call. Just by being here.
Hey, that's Keraton.
Huh?
Right there, see it?
Where?
Right in front of you.
This frog doll?
That's Keraton. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
Is he famous or something?
Come on, everybody knows about Keraton.
Oh. Okay. But what's this frog thing doing here?
Keraton.
What?
He's called Keraton.
Right. So what's this Keraton doing here?
He must be getting popular in the Soviet Union.
Here?
Not that you know anything about the magic of Keraton. On the other hand, you might be able to use Keraton's power to help you in your mission.
What did you have in mind?
Keraton cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratons and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
This call blew my mind when I found it. I had no idea this was in the game. It's cute. Paramedic says it shakes. No, it cries when you shake it. Yeah, shooting it, does it? If we find all of these and shoot them, that's one way to get the stealth camo in this game. But it's much easier to get the stealth camo by just finishing with no alerts. But we can also like kill it, sort of. If we keep shooting it, eventually the pitch will change and we'll kill it. Also, you can see that it's a little money bank. It has a little coin slot in the back. Rip. It's dead. But how does it taste? Oh well. Okay, let's see. I hear some burbs. See something moving. That's a snake. We can kick it. I don't think she says anything about it now. What snake do we find? A giant anaconda. I kind of want to get the calls about, like, have you eaten one for some of these? I wonder if we can find two. Oh, there it is. Someday you feed on a tree dog. Oh, wait, no.
I see you've captured a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Ugh. I see you've caught a tree frog. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
So the real reason that they're so big is because gameplay. You had to be able to see them. They're not to scale to like real life because it would be too fucking tiny. Same thing with the scorpions. This game trolled me for the longest time into thinking that scorpions are much bigger than they actually are. Scorpions are fucking tiny. I haven't seen a scorpion in real life for a long time. I first saw them in MGS3 and I'm like, wait a second. Anyway, it doesn't taste that good. Was that a good sick or a bad one? Yo, it's Scion. With the 90 months. Good to see you, man. Thank you. Okay, I think we have another bird here and some fruit. Also, we can get the SVD. Shit, the bird got away. But wait, there should be another one. Ah, fuck, I forgot to pick up the thermal goggles while we were there. God damn it, this one got away too. Fuck it, let's get the SVD. Ah, fuck, there was another one. Here's something. It's another one of those pythons. There's actually quite a few weapons in the Virtuous mission that are easy to miss. Like the SVD there. Okay. Slowly now. You little fucks. Where are you? Ah. Bird E. See if we can get another one. They probably all fucked off when I shot that one. Never mind, there was one. Quick, 360, no scope. Yeah, no, too late. Or is it? Shit. It disappeared. And let's get the thermal goggles here. Now we can hunt. Oh, much easier to see them now. Wrong bird. That's another magpie. I don't think any of these birds taste good. Maybe, oh, this one's probably a little better than magpie.
Pretty tasty.
Yeah, this one's okay. This one's bad.
No good.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun. It tastes... oh, you've already eaten one.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a delicacy, but it certainly was filling.
Why does she have to always act disgusted? Like she knows that's what he has to eat. All the shit there, but she's always like disgusted about it. Can't punch the birds in this game like I'm used to. Clearly an inferior product. Yeah, let's do some fruit now.
I want some more.
Okay, you like that.
I see you found some Siberian ink cap mushrooms.
Oh shit. Really? Damn. This is a huge problem. I have to literally kill myself because of this. I know. It's a long story, okay? So the Siberian ink cap mushroom call is much better to be done after you meet Granin. And I guess I did pick some up. Damn. We can't save the fact that we did this call. So in order to undo that, you simply get a continue that puts you back at the beginning of the area, and that never happened. And now I'm gonna get rid of it because I don't want this call to accidentally trigger. It's annoying when that happens. You don't want that call until after meeting Granin. Because it changes. It's really hard to notice. I should say it's really easy to miss. quickly hit this shit here again. You gotta be careful with these calls. Same thing with weapon calls with the boss. Whatever the boss talks about, Sigint will not talk about. Unless you do a little continue trick. And some of the boss calls are just boring compared to Sigint's. Sigint's calls are much better. But they're still interesting to get. Maybe we'll do that.
Freeze. Freeze.
And the last guy here, real quick. And we're back. We just have to get the SVD again. Skip a couple of those calls, but that's okay.
Freeze.
Hunting made easy with thermal goggles, at least. Hey, what's up, Meepaz? Wait. Dog rides night? It's an old meme, but it checks out. That's precisely what it stands for. Yes. I did do the keratin call, but then I had to kill myself for unrelated reasons. But it's right here.
Hey.
We'll skip it again. Just to... I don't know. That probably doesn't do anything because it only triggers there that I know of. Where the heck is this little... It was right here. Oh, there you are. And we were just trying to do the Clova call, and we accidentally got the mushroom. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, so Magpie, Frog. This one.
Not too bad. I want some more.
This is just a snake feeding simulator now. No scope the bird. Actually, let's do the version of this call without eating one. Okay. Mr. Funsky got a sub. Mandadolf, nice. Thank you. Okay, just a couple of...
I see you've caught...
Shit, I forgot. We did
I see you've
the
caught...
other version of it. Alright. Finally,
Looks like you found a Golova.
the Golova call.
Golova.
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, He's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you could make a meal out of it.
Yeah, I tried one. It was pretty good.
Naturally. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks.
Ichsiki, it's one of the mushrooms. Not the ink cap, not the fly agaric, not the... Fuck, I don't remember what the others are called. I remember where to find it, and I remember what it looks like, but I don't remember what it's called. Not the Spatsa, no. That one's entirely a different story. That one's easy to remember. It's not here. It won't be for a while. The area where I get it is before the end. So you probably have to tell Three Dog to get it. Fuck. Okay. If I see it, I'll recognize it. So let me just quickly. Fuck. Ah, it's called the Uroluminescent. That's what it's called. I just, it's weird. Like, I know the word, but I don't remember it. But if I see it, I know that's the one. How does that work? It's like subconscious knowledge. No, it's definitely the Uroluminescent, not to be confused with the glow cap, which is also a luminescent mushroom. But that's just in the name. Uroluminescent. What was I doing? Okay, hold on. Now we're gonna fuck with these guys a little bit. We're gonna search them, and by searching them, I mean shooting them in the bulge. That little bulge that they have here.
Please don't!
Ah, here comes the goods.
Huh.
That's how you search people when they're down on the ground. Okay. Let's see what he has to say. Imagine having actual voice acting when you interrogate people.
Speak.
The crocodiles are ferocious.
Speak. Bastard. Speak.
The crocodiles are...
So from here, we can snap his neck, or we can hump him a little bit to stun him, or we can slit his throat. And kill him just one style. Okay, rip. It's important to search at least these 4 initial guys here, because you want to get every weapon you can possibly get your hands on, so that the boss talks about it in the Virtuous mission.
Don't shoot me, please!
And there's also a bunch of neat little features that you can find by interrogating people and things that they tell you about the environment. Some guys will mark enemies in your map, really. Yeah, I forgot about that actually, but... Yeah, that's true. You can get neat little things like frequencies to call to do different things, like a healing radio, or the frequency to bomb the area, or the frequency to call off the alert. Or porn. Literally features that were already in MGS3. Now you just go to your map, and that's where you would see enemies being marked.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, can confirm there's nothing left in there. The first guy in the area we meet Sokolov. Oh really? Maybe we'll try it out.
Speak.
Hornets. They're terrifying.
Speak.
Crocodiles taste great.
This guy's been eating crocodiles. Hey, there's Stabinator.
Speak.
The marathon's going really well.
Into a crocodile's mouth.
We got lots of new people in here, lots of memes, lots of support, lots of good stuff.
Answer me.
You lousy.
Ooh, in the eye. Bad idea. Wrong answer. Yeah, this game does have some map-related stuff that doesn't work on higher difficulties. Like, you can find the end on the map on lower difficulties, but not on higher difficulties.
No, wait.
Who knows if the marking works. No life medicine.
Speak.
We won't hand over Sokolov.
Ooh, this guy.
Speak.
Let go of me.
Speak.
We won't
That's
hand
it.
over Sokolov.
Answer me. Speak.
Let go of me.
Rap god. Or beatboxing god. Yeah, it kind of does sound like when you open a can of something. I think there's one other guy somewhere. Yeah, there he is.
Please don't.
Tell me your secrets. Ooh, more porn. Nice.
Speak.
If you climb trees, there's fruit.
Right.
Speak.
Inside fallen trees.
Speak.
Bastard.
Speak.
If you climb trees, there's fruit.
Does he cycle the gun with his chin, with his teeth? That's impressive. I actually want to see. Holy shit, he does do it with his chin. That's kind of crazy.
Freeze.
You just fucking reload in his face.
Freeze.
Please don't.
What is going on here? Templar with a 90 mods, thank you. I'm not sure where we're shooting right now, but smell my armpits.
Freeze!
Oops.
Not so great.
I see you found a Yabloko Maloko.
Yamro, what now?
Yabloko Maloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
I ate one. It didn't taste that great.
Are you sure? It's supposed to be delicious.
Nope, it tasted terrible.
That's strange.
Yeah, looks like that guide of yours.
No, it's your sense of taste.
Nice. This call is probably more interesting if you already eat one. If you've already eaten one.
Speak.
Oh, he already.
Inside fallen trees.
Yeah. Okay.
Freeze.
Here, hold this. I seem to have forgotten the pin. Oh well. I think that's everything. We spent a long time here, but this is the first area with actual guards in it, so a little bit of messing around, but we won't be doing this for every single guard, because that'd be kind of crazy. What are they implying here?
Snake, when you knock down a hornet's nest, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out. If used wisely, this can sow panic among the enemy, but if you're not careful, the hornets may end up attacking you.
If you're attacked by hornets, wiggle the left stick around and wave your survival knife to shoo them away. Smoke is another useful tool in keeping
God,
hornets
that
away.
re-recording.
If you're attacked by hornets, I'd advise you to try using a smoke grenade. And
That's
if you
jarring.
use the insecticidal bug juice, the hornet should stay away as long as the effect lasts. Hornets are prone to becoming agitated and aggressive when they see the color black. Their attacks will be more vicious if you're wearing black clothes. If you're attacked by hornets, you should change into white clothes.
So since she said the left stick, they had to re-record it. So it sounded completely different there. Interesting.
Snake, that region... Snake, camouflage uniform...
Oh, I forgot that you're kind of useless now, Zero.
Snake?
Yeah, we did all of his calls already.
Major, you said the enemy was
Oh, but this
KGB,
one's when
right?
you're near the
I
enemy.
did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Camouflage is an indispensable...
Yes.
Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you'll be finding yourself in a lot of unexpected encounters. Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important than ever.
So I'll have plenty of chances to use CQC then.
That's right. In proximity encounters, firing a gun isn't necessarily the best response to every situation. It's only one option among many. Rather than taking the time to draw, aim, and fire a gun, engaging your opponent in hand-to-hand combat can sometimes be a faster and more reliable way of subduing him. Besides, in a sneaking mission like this one, it's too dangerous to go around firing your gun. You'll end up revealing yourself to the enemy.
Yeah, I know. You created CQC to deal with exactly this type of situation.
With your help, of course. In a battle situation, you'll only have a split second to decide how to attack. Use the weapon button to attack using a weapon, and the CQC button to attack using CQC. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Pressing it multiple times in succession will allow you to deliver a combo attack. But striking your opponent is just one aspect of CQC. It doesn't really start to shine until you've got your enemy in a hold. Press and hold down the CQC button to grab your opponent with your right hand. From there, you can use the left stick to knock your opponent off balance and throw him to the ground. This can be used to knock an opponent out in a single blow. If you don't press the left stick, grapple with your enemy until you're behind them and can get your knife to their throat. Grabbing an enemy
What
from
the hell?
behind and holding your knife against his throat will render him virtually powerless. From this point, there are several things you can do. Press the CQC button hard to slit the enemy's throat with your knife. Move the left stick and press the CQC button to throw the enemy to the ground. Lightly tap the CQC button rapidly to choke the enemy. You can use this to knock him out or even kill him if you do it long enough. By continuing to hold down the CQC button, you can move around while keeping your grip on the enemy. By pressing the weapon button, you can aim your currently equipped weapon at another enemy. With their comrade acting as a human shield, the enemy will be reluctant to attack you. Press the left stick to press your knife against the enemy and demand information. You'll be surprised at how much you can learn this way. But don't get too complacent. While your enemy may be powerless in your grip, he'll use any opportunity he can to counterattack.
Just stare at him for a little bit. That call is so fucked. Like all the re-recorded lines and extra like loading time in between lines. Damn. Anyway, we'll be using this area to talk to the boss about weapons and stuff. Do a little Houdini trick, I guess. So that then Sigint can also talk about him. This guy takes the Hornets to all the other guys here, and they all leave, making this really easy. They all fuck off. They actually leave the area, and we could just leave now. And if we wait a little bit in here, they actually come back, which is kind of interesting that the enemies go through like the different areas and come back. M16 here. So we just wait a little bit, and you can actually tell when they're about to come back because you'll hear like a little sigh of relief or something like that. Because maybe they got rid of the Hornets. I don't know. They'll be like, ah, and come back. Yeah, that call with the boss explaining the CQC controls was really screwed up. Just wait a little bit for these guys. And then they'll come back in a single row of like, what, 3 or 4 guys. And we'll put them down. But ideally, you want to start with a guy in the back so they don't see him go down. Gonna be a little bit of a mess though, probably. There they are. Oh, he didn't even notice. Wow. Let's grab one volunteer. Don't really need the others alive. This guy survived. He survived. Maybe we should give him a chance. You know what? Actually, they hear that in MGS1. In MGS1, they hear bodies dropping to the ground. Holy fuck, I just realized MGS1 is the only game where they hear that. Yeah. MGS1 is also the only game where they hear suppressed gunfire if you're close enough. You have to be really close, but they do hear it. Oh. He's still going. Look at him. You can do it. And splash. Okay. Okay, so like I was saying, we have a volunteer. Yeah. Donation calls for MGS3. Well, these donation wars that the chat likes to do, you know, they're always up to the chat. Usually what people do is, you know, obviously saving Neural in MGS1, and in MGS3, how to take care of the end. Alright, so we're gonna place this guy here. Because reasons. Fuck. Don't worry. You're good. You don't want to accidentally destroy a rope because... Oops.
Who's that?
Oh, what the fuck? He survived that? Bullshit. How did he balance himself after that? That's really unusual. I had to do it twice. What a Chad. He shall be remembered. Usually when they start wobbling around like that, they fall. But this guy had to do it twice. He managed to balance himself up again after the first time. So we had to shoot 2. That was him. It's Ocelot. He'll come back. He'll switch units real quick. Fuck. That was weird. But yeah, we can shoot or cut these ropes here and it will mess up the bridge. And if there's guards on it, that happens. Except sometimes they survive it, apparently. Let's see. Just because...
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
I guess since I already crossed the bridge, maybe then...
Sokolov.
I never remember how the bridge calls work. Do you have to be on it, past it, near it? It might be that once we cross it, I don't talk about it anymore.
Snake, did you notice that when you knock an enemy unconscious, stars appear over his head? If you take a close look at the stars above the enemy's head, you'll notice that they gradually...
Okay. I have to remember. I mean, it's nothing too particularly interesting or anything. They just tell you about the bridge and destroying it, maybe. But yeah, I have to get those calls before crossing the bridge, it seems. Makes sense, I guess. We can totally mess this thing up. It won't collapse or anything, but it makes it much harder to cross without slipping off. I'm not entirely sure why I'm doing this, because the sound effect is kind of satisfying, I guess. It's okay, somebody repairs these ropes for the cutscene later with the boss. Yeah, Skullface. Exactly. Skullface just fixes it. Now it's all wobbly. And... ooh. Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge to run across it now. Let's see. Oh, that mushroom is still there. Interesting. Didn't disappear. I guess the food only disappears if you throw it on the ground, but that's... you still have to pick it up in the first place. It doesn't disappear. But yeah, we don't want that mushroom call until way after when we meet Granin. I get the stuff here? Okay. So now we're gonna... I guess we can do a save call, because we have quite a few to go through. Now that we're fucking around and going back and forth a lot, but that's how the Virtuous mission is. If you want to do all the extra content and the extra calls in it, it simply isn't paced well, because there's so many calls and only like 4 areas, only like a handful of areas. So it's kind of weird to me that there's so many calls in here. I think we got all the weapons we can get in here. A weapon. This is a weapon. A picture book for gentlemen, full of stunning photos of young female models. Evolution of the porn in the Metal Gear series, you know? MGS1 didn't have any. MGS2 has little normal pictures. And then MGS3 starts having bikini pictures. And then MGS4 is a full-fledged Playboy. Yeah. Damn. Okay, so now we gotta play with the checkpoint a little bit to get the boss to talk about stuff. Let's do a save call first.
Do you want to save?
Yeah, that's Kojima's basement there. Kojima's sex dungeon. He took the pictures himself.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you. It makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago.
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
Nah. You'll control the characters yourself? In a movie? That'll never happen. And then, let's take it one step further. And there'll be people watching you move those characters in the movie? That's crazy. No way. Fuck. Okay. Another save call here.
You want to save? Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Kojima does it again, predicting the memes. You're right, Asiki. I totally forgot about that call. Until you mentioned it. I remember going out of my way to get it. And actually, one of the reasons you can't do it on a European Extreme, obviously. So one of the reasons we do it on Extreme. But I think I might have fucked that up already, because there's nobody alive to alert. So that kind of sucks. There's nobody alive anymore. Oops. It's not like an MGS2 where you can have an explosion in an empty area and they come investigate. Ah, fuck. I should not have thrown that guy off the bridge. Fuck it. Whatever. Nobody's alive to see you. It's a stealth mission. Alright, now we're gonna sit here and we're gonna get the boss to talk about all the gear we have. And then I'm gonna kill myself because that way the game doesn't register that the boss talked about it. So that Sigint can also talk about it. Yep, that's how you do it.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me?
Okay then, what is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage. Why aren't you using it?
Oh,
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
well, I was listening, but
Then start using your camouflage. Is that clear?
yeah.
You can only use CQC to grab enemies.
Yes, yes.
I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can. The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully. I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well.
Yeah, it's actually a slightly less detailed explanation of the tranquilizer rounds. Of course, you gotta have the same thing, because, you know, tranquilizer in 3 is extremely overpowered, though. Compared to 2, especially, like, if you play both games in highest difficulty, like, in MGS2, the tranquilizer only lasts like 40 seconds or 30 to 40 seconds. In MGS3, it lasts quite a while.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rachная Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyaryov design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
Should we test that? Because I think I remember testing it before and it's bullshit. My conclusion was that it's bullshit. But let's try it. Let's see how much damage you get if I'm standing. Okay, that much. And now we do the same thing lying down. Oh. Maybe it just reduces the range, which makes sense. Maybe it wasn't close enough. Interesting. Okay. I think it's more like it's the range, not the damage.
Snake, do you read? Snake!
Major.
Snake, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're far from okay. Look at your life gauge. You're on your last leg.
No, I can still...
See?
Snake, this is a solo sneaking mission. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Huh?
It means there's no backup, no cavalry. If you're taken out, nobody is there to take your place. Pull out for now and recuperate.
Find a hiding place and get some rest. Your life gauge will gradually recover with time. But the speed of your life gauge recovery depends on the level of your stamina gauge. So get plenty to eat, then get some rest. You hear me? Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Good thing too, because that low health call. I don't know. I always interpreted it as, you know, some blasts and shrapnel will still hit you. Not as much, but some will still hit you if you're laying low. So I didn't think it would completely negate the damage, just maybe reduce it. That would make sense. Anyway, let's eat a live medicine. I don't want the beepy noise.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
There's another thing that's severely improved or changed. Like, you don't really need to stabilize your aim anymore. Like, it's not that bad compared to like using the PSG-1 and MGS-1 and 2. You don't really need to use the pentazimine in MGS-3, even though it's there. I guess people were complaining a little bit much. But the movement is minimal, still way easier to aim. Yeah, it's much easier. Besides, you can no-scope shit. Wait, the mushroom. Interesting, it doesn't render, but you can still shoot it at that distance. Guys, the donations for Diane's Fate are up to you guys. Like, I'm not gonna go and be like, alright, everybody start donating, you know? If somebody wants to do that, you guys can do that. I'm not quite that shameless yet. I always leave it up to the chat to do it. But yeah. Let's see. Okay. Oh boy, this one's gonna be a little hard to listen to. History of the M16.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
Well, The call with SIGINT is much more interesting. Where they talk about the burst mechanism being dumb. Interesting. I wonder where Kojima or Fukushima got wind of that. Probably from Mori, I guess. From Motosada Mori. Because it is dumb. Okay. Yo, Colonel Cathcart, with $10 for old age. Okay, I'll put that up in a second because that's actually quite a little bit of typing going on. Thank you.
That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful.
Okay, hold on. Why can't I hold all these donations? Ah, really? I was in the middle of typing it and the freaking thing reset. Thanks, OBS. Okay, hold on, guys. Give me a second. Yeah, because the problem is people are donating too fast. So I wanted to thank Steve for the $5. So I had to unmute myself. So to do that, the text was covering the mic and I didn't know if I was muted, and so that was a problem. Thank you guys. So Colonel Cathcart, they donated $10 to have the end die of old age, and Stevo donated $5 to kill the end early. I want to see the wheelchair flying into the air. Spoilers. Alright, so we got $10 for old age and $5 for snipe early. And okay, there goes. So if you guys would like to support the channel with your donation, you can add a message to express a preference of which of the 3 ways you'd like to see on screen to take care of the end. Because we can fight him normally, we can snipe him early, or we can let him die of old age. Hey, Lisa Boy, thank you. Fight him to get the moist nugget. I like you. You know. You know what I like. I like moist nuggets. Actually, I don't really like moist nuggets. They're garbage rods in the gun community. But they're a meme. The moist nugget in this is really good though. If I had a moist nugget, I would totally bubba the fuck out of it to turn it into the ends. You know? It has the pistol grip, the folding stock. Kind of a crime, but it's gotta be Metal Gear accurate. Anyway, thank you so much for the $20. Let's see, what was I doing? Other weapon.
I see you've got a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade does exactly what the name implies. It creates a thick dispersion-resistant cloud of white smoke that blocks the enemy's field of vision. It should be useful when you need to make a quick getaway. Keep it in mind.
Thick, huh? If I remember correctly, this is another thing that looks a little off in the HD edition. Like the smoke effect is not as thick as the original or something. Yeah, it looks faded after just a few seconds. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen the original on PS2, but I think that's one of the things that's different. not very thick now. And finally, we reach this. This is a weapon. I think I did a stun grenade. Alright, let's check real quick.
You have some life medicine on you. Life medicine is a recent pharmaceutical product developed by the Soviet Union. It works with your metabolism to quickly treat wounds. If you use it, you can recover life on the spot. Try it when your life is starting to run low in battle.
That's a really disappointing call. The life medicine call with Sigurd is fucking amazing. And the one with the bosses is just boring. But yeah, she talked about the life medicine because we already went over the stun grenade and that's what I had equipped. But yeah, there's one more weapon. Weapon to surpass Metal Gear. What does the boss have to say about this one?
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
Didn't I teach you how to fap without having to rely on porn? Obviously she's talking about distracting the enemy without relying on that sort of thing. Just like Eva later, she has a similar call. She's like, please, you just let me know and I'll help you out with that. Like, what? Distracting the enemy. Oh. Nope. The boss just taught Snake how to fap. Oh, hold on. We got more weapons here. Not really. Just these two, but okay. Oh, where the hell did I find this Pentazemin? Sure, why not? Somebody was asking earlier if the directional mic is any useful. It can be, because you can hear footsteps. You can find the end with it. You can hear footsteps and other stuff ahead of you. And what was that thing? Oh, the horse. You could hear the horse before the boss shows up. But generally, no. I mean, if you already know where stuff is, it's not that useful. If you really lose the end, which can happen sometimes, it's a way to find him. You can hear him like breathing with it.
Ah, you've got a directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees. In jungle combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier when we were talking about the map. The Konami code thing doesn't work on high difficulty. Which is kind of a shame because it's a neat little thing to show off, I guess, maybe.
You got a magazine, huh? That's an empty magazine for your guns. It can be an effective weapon itself, if you know how to use it.
You mean throwing them at people?
No. You can't take out an enemy just by throwing a magazine at him. But if you use the sound it makes when it lands to attract the enemy's attention...
I get it. It creates a diversion.
Weapons will be in short supply during this mission. If you want to
Short supply.
use your head.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. Short supply. I don't think there's any hidden dialogue with the directional microphone now. I'd be really surprised if there was any.
I see you're not wearing any face paint. Selecting no paint for face under camouflage.
That's your
lets
face. You were
remove
born
your
with
face
it.
Paint. But without face paint, your camouflage alone won't be sufficient. So if you need a high camo index, make sure you're wearing face paint. Got it?
She doesn't have a pentazemin call? Ah, interesting.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where encounters are a high concern, keep your camo index high. Got it?
But don't play this game by crawling everywhere and then as soon as the terrain changes, going into the menu, changing to the highest camo, and then crawl again some more, and then the terrain changes again, you go into the menu again, and you change again, and repeat. God, don't do that, please. It's so painful, but apparently a lot of people do that. Okay, so she doesn't have a pentazemin call. What about some bug juice?
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad
A
to hear
medic.
what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage.
Okay. Yeah, that's why Octocamo was a thing. It's like, it's an improvement on that. It's automatic now. Well, if you go by Eva's debriefing, then no, Airbob. But she already knows that she's defecting. But then, here's a genius plan. We're gonna give the crazy warmonger Russian guy a nuclear weapon, and then, when he fires it, we're gonna say that nobody could have predicted that. But then something happened that nobody could have predicted. The crazy fucking Russian guy that you gave a nuclear weapon to fired it. No. Impossible. Yeah.
Choose battle fatigues
Okay.
that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment. Camouflage patterns that stand out. Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries. I see you're using binoculars. The ones you've got are a high-performance military model equipped with a zoom function.
Yeah, they give me a flat image across the entire viewing range.
They're completely waterproof and highly shock and flame resistant. You won't need to worry about them breaking. Scouting is key during a sneaking mission. If you can determine enemy positions and the lay of the land from a distance, it'll make your job that much easier. Use them wisely.
The boss doesn't know that Sigint made these binoculars. The call with the binoculars is fucking amazing. Because first you gotta call Zero about it. Then Zero tells you that Sigint blew fucking 3 times the budget on it. And then you call Sigint about it. So we'll definitely get the Sigint call instead. Or as well, I guess. Maybe she was never in the submarine port 6. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's a cover. This mission only takes 4 hours. So, maybe 4 hours is enough. I don't know. She very well may never have been in the submarine. Who knows?
Are you smoking a cigar? I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did. But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Fringe.
Yes, ma'am.
Apparently if you do that, leeches will fucking throw up inside you. That's even worse. But okay. Or was that with the salt method? I don't know. Maybe both. We already got the fake death pill from paramedic. Call, I mean. I think that's it. But I can't leave this area, so any boss calls right now, we gotta get him right now. Because if I leave this area, get a checkpoint, then it's gonna be bad for Sigint's calls. The only way we can leave this area is by dying.
It takes more than just closed.
Oh wait, there's also the uniforms. That's right. Unfortunately, yeah, not doing New Game Plus, we only have a handful.
I see you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959
We'll
among the
get
South
these.
Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground.
So like all the time. The truth is you don't need to switch camo that often in this game. If at all, really.
I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The US military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all use their own unique patterns. Leaf pattern camo will give you an especially low profile in areas of thick vegetation. I see you're wearing the tree bark camouflage. The tree bark pattern was originally created for use by hunters. Unlike the somewhat abstract design seen in other patterns, tree bark is characterized by a design that resembles photographs of stumps and branches pasted together. It's especially good when you're pressed up against a tree.
Well, see how good it is. Yeah, well. 85 without face paint. Kinda sucks on the ground though. Maybe in the grass. Man. Is there even a call? I can't remember the call about the squares camo.
I see you're wearing the squares pattern camouflage. The squares camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds.
It's like they made this camo specifically for the one area Sokolov is in, for the red brick walls. Just so happens that you have that. This will be in the test.
I see you're wearing the black camouflage. People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that.
I really don't think she says anything too interesting about the... She doesn't talk about the mask, does she? Probably not, because Zero does. The only way you can get 100% camo index is with the Ants camo, the moss camo, on moss terrain, with the woodland face paint, and if you don't move or move very slowly, that is with the D-pad, and you're crawling. Once you have 100%, you can literally crawl in between people's legs and touch them, and they don't notice. And of course, the other way you can have 100% is the stealth camo.
To place a weapon on... In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission? That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
I'm about to betray you. That's why. Okay.
The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like the motion detector and active sonar.
I don't have either of those, but okay, thank you. Hey, Fully Rock, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream, man. Welcome aboard.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
The whole concept of Camo Index was actually born in MGS 2, not 3. When you equip the BDU in MGS 2, even after you lose the mask, it gives you what is effectively increased Camo Index. The guards don't notice you at the same range. They notice you. They can only notice you from closer. So whatever difficulty you're playing on, the guards will notice you from farther away if you don't have the BDU equipped. But there isn't a whole lot of God damn it, I'm getting tired. Sorry guys, not making much sense. There isn't a whole lot of sneaking left in the game by the time you get the BDU and lose the mask. But perhaps it's hard to notice, but it's actually really, really, really useful in MGS 2. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we had no more gear related calls, but like I said, the only way we're getting out of this area is by dying. So we better get all the boss related calls now.
When you aim your handgun and... Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps. But all you need to do is press the directional button in the direction you wish to
No.
move.
When
When stalking, you can move without creating sound with your footsteps. And since your posture is low while stalking, you are that much less likely to be spotted by the enemy. Since you move cautiously while stalking, you will be able to detect a trap on the ground before it is set off. However, the slow, concentrated movement while stalking consumes high amounts of stamina. Switch between walking and running with the left stick and stalking with the directional buttons depending on the situation. In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that seem likely to produce noise. After you've secured your gear, jump up and down to see whether it makes a sound.
Don't worry. I remember the drill.
Select Map in the Survival Viewer to view a map of the area you're currently in. It shows your present location and the places you've been to. In addition, if you acquire information from enemies, the map may also display enemy unit positions and the location
Oh,
of
it
items.
tells you here. You can interrogate people for it.
Information from an enemy?
Okay. Now we didn't get the smell call yet. And yeah, she will have many calls similar to what Master tells you in MGS1. Same frequency, you know. They're both mentor figure to Snake. They have the same frequency to tell you some of the same stuff. And they're both betraying you. That's a theme recurring throughout the series. A 141.80 frequency. Same thing happens in MGS1. A little bit in MGS2. Well, pretty much in MGS2 as well. With Bliskin, you know, having the secret identity and being the sort of mentor figure to Raiden and Snake. And then the boss in 3. And then they tried to do that in 4 and they kind of fucked that up because they gave the frequency to Raiden. Or Raiden initially tries to act cool and teach Snake things, but then he loses it pretty quickly.
Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item on your person will cause your stamina to drain more quickly. If you're getting tired or want to conserve your stamina, it's a good idea to put any items you're not going to use back into your...
Well, Port 6, the thing is, your CQC range is greater than the enemy's hearing range in MGS3. You can literally run up to people and CQC them before they hear you. And even if they do hear you, in MGS3 guards don't alert right away. First, they have to look at you for like a split second. And that split second, you can CQC them. MGS2 guards don't fuck around. MGS2 guards will react the second they see you. So, it all comes down to, you know, I guess, knowing the game mechanics and playing, you know, on high difficulty. Like, but at that point, you're comparing, like I always say it, MGS2 is the hardest game, MGS3 is the easiest game.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
Yeah, these calls are very similar to what Master says in MGS1. Hey, Wolfie, thank you for the 100 bits.
Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully and if you want to survive in the jungle,
there it is.
You're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
Of course, we can see the game, we can hear the game, but we can't smell the game. As soon as Snake tells her, I can't smell, you gotta be a gamer then. Also what Master says in MGS1. Trust your instincts as a soldier, as a gamer. I think we might be nearing the end of her calls.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun will cause your shots to stray from...
Yeah, well.
Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure your reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, means I can use the stuff I pick up right away.
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Kojima would totally have like a controller nose attachment, olfactory system attachment to make you smell the shit in the game. Imagine if you could screen smell and everybody smells what's going on here. You probably don't want that. In retrospect, I'm really glad that we never invented smell over the internet, like voice and video. Probably for the best.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62mm by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear?
Is that why she defected? She really liked the AK?
You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5.
You already got the grenade call, come on.
When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy will catch sight of you. And don't start to panic just because an enemy is acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you hide someplace like the bushes and stay perfectly still, you'll usually come out all right. Stay calm, keep a grip on the situation, and use clear judgment. Got it? Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
Oops.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to scout out the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
I already slaughtered everyone. I didn't realize this is not exactly the best spot to do these calls. Maybe there's a little less water noise here, I don't know.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him from behind. If you use stalking to sneak up behind an enemy and take him out in one strike, the other enemies probably won't even notice. If it doesn't look like you'll be able to sneak up from behind, wait for him to come toward you. Either figure out the enemy's patrol route and get there before he does, or make a sound or throw something to get his attention. And if he does spot you, don't hesitate. Take him out before he has a chance to alert his comrades to your presence. Got it?
Yeah, okay, Wolverine, we can use bits for the donation words.
Enemies pose a greater threat when they patrol in squads. The members of a squad are constantly watching out for each other, making it difficult to take them out without being noticed. If you absolutely have to attack a squad, use CQC or a gun equipped with a suppressor and start with the last one in line, then work your way up. Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing
Why don't
I
you
was
do
here.
it?
God damn it. Hey, thank you for the 300 bits, Wolverine. Just added that. Why don't you do it? God, can you imagine the beating that the boss would give Raiden?
A tactical reload is a change of magazines carried out before the bullets in the magazine are completely used up. It keeps you from running out of bullets near your enemies, so that you can keep up your
Actually,
level of
there's something
fire
like that.
and you will always have a bullet in your chamber. The trick is, don't lower your gun or your line of sight when reloading. Keep your line of sight up and concentrate on your surroundings while changing magazines. And don't forget to retrieve magazines that still have bullets remaining in them. The actual procedure involves unequipping your gun and then equipping it once again. That will load the gun with a new magazine. I recommend pressing the weapon window button quickly to carry out a quick reload.
Sometimes people think this is a glitch or abusing game mechanics or something. I do that. But no, the game literally tells you do that. Tactical reload. Like Nemesis 3 is especially OP because Nemesis 3 you can actually equip stuff with R2 when you're in first person. That doesn't work in Nemesis 2. So it's like you can spam the fuck out of it in first person without even leaving first person. Let's see. I just remembered that you can actually see the boss slap Raiden under the right circumstances. In a time paradox. So yeah, there's a little bit of the boss giving him beating to Raiden. Okay, I just want to make sure I get all of her calls because she's gonna go bye-bye soon.
The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to press the CQC button once to... Normally, you would ask a
Okay, she's repeating stuff now, so...
If confronted with multiple enemies during a standard operating procedure, you'd retreat and call for backup. But that's not an option in this mission. If you encounter multiple enemies, either find a way to go around them, or if it looks like you'll have to eliminate them, lure them over one at a time and take them out that way. The woodland face paint is designed for use in forests. It'll give you a high level of camouflage in a wooded environment.
Wow.
Try using woodland paint when you're traveling through the forest.
No shit.
Stalking is a move. Your objective in this mission isn't... Keep in mind that your...
Does the boss have a third
the
personal data card?
Contains everything you'll need to stay...
Or is it only 2?
Camouflage is an indispensable... The tree bark pattern...
Because even though...
I see you're not...
Okay, so her calls are done. But I don't remember she has 2 or 3 personal data pages.
To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack, then select...
We already saw these 2. Does she have a third one? I don't remember. Oh shit, if it is in Scatman, Fiddlestick. With $50 donation, you fight the end. Thank you so much for your generosity. Let me add that. That's a pretty thick donation. Thank you. Scatman Fiddlestick would fit in with the man character club that 3Dog was talking about earlier. I don't know if you were there for that, but it's like, oh, all these characters named something man. Fat Man, Stillman, Hartman, Die Hartman. Yeah, they were trying to think of all these characters. Kojima Universe, Hot Coleman. Now the rule was that the name has to end in man, so you can't be man on fire, not fire on man. Man tits, no man tits. Let's see. Jim Houseman, right? That's another one. There's so many. I'm probably forgetting some right now. Stillman, I already know we're Stillman, yeah. Houseman, Stillman, Fat Man, Okay, so does anybody remember if the boss has a third personal data page?
The gauge below your life
Wait,
gauge
you're
is your
not the
stamina
boss.
gauge. It shows as the name
No shit.
The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959. The tiger's
What?
camouflage. The woodland.
To make really sure, I'm just gonna spam a few calls, because you can literally unlock these by doing that. By doing this, just call and spam and call and skip, call and skip. You can eventually see the little number change. Well, if it changes from 5 to 6, that means there's another one. But maybe not, since she's only in the game for a little bit. As somebody you can call. Maybe she only has 2. Or maybe it takes a ridiculous amount of calls to do it. I know that it gets really annoying for some characters, because most characters are in the game throughout the game. They have 4, I think. We'll just do this for another couple seconds or so. Oh yeah, Running Man. You were asking me why I was awake. What? Because sleeping sucks, that's why. E-Time, thank you for the 5 months, welcome back. Okay, I think it's safe to say that there is no 6th slide. Because that's kind of crazy. Okay. No more boss. Bye-bye. I'm out of here. In style. Splash. Oops.
Snake, what happened? Snake! Snake!
Nice, we got the boss on the game over screen too. Okay, so now all those calls we did, none of them register, so all the gear that the boss talked about, and now Sigint will talk about it too. Snoig. We still have some paramedic stuff to do, but not much.
You should be able to find Siberia.
Oh god, I don't want to do this. Freaking... Okay, good thing I literally just killed myself. See, that call is tricky, because even if you don't have it, if you're in an area where they have the mushroom, it still triggers and they still have the conversation about it. That sucks. That really sucks. Because I'm trying to keep that call for later, because this call changes once you meet Granin. So, damn, if even just being in an area with one triggers it, that's really annoying. Maybe there isn't any here? Let's see.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in...
I already got this call.
The gauge below your... You should be able to find Siberian ink cap mushrooms growing in that area.
Fuck, man. Alright, you know what, paramedic? We'll talk to you later. Because I'm fairly sure, like maybe about 80% sure, that if you get that call, then you don't get it again after when you... Maybe? Nah. You get the shortened version of it. The condensed version, because you get the initial call with the joke, the interaction, whatever, between Snake and paramedic. And then once you get it again, there was like a short version of it. So it's a really neat detail, but it's really hard to play until you meet Granin without fucking getting that call if you're calling people usually, you know? It's this freaking mushroom here. And you know why they changed the call if you meet Granin? because they talk about getting drunk. And since Granin is drunk, when you meet him, they talk about him during the call. So let's just move on for now. Oh, that's a lot of stuff in my inventory. Actually, grenades. Oh, shit. I suppose it's technically possible to find white phosphorus grenades, but I don't know if it's before. Whatever. Fuck it. The boss might not talk about them. We're gonna need a couple things to mess with Sokolov. So, grenades. And some... Okay, sneaks and stuff that we can get there. If you shoot all the gecko, you mean the keratins? You get the keratin emblem at the end, and it unlocks the stealth camo. So if you purely care about the stealth camo, you might as well just play the game with no alerts. It's easier than hunting down all, what is it, 64, I think? Frogs. 60 something, I think.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
I have an idea. Why don't we fucking kill everyone? This is going to be a stealth mission. Wait, I need that guy alive. I just remembered that guy is the one guy H-Siki mentioned. The rest can die. If I can aim.
Who's that?
Surprise. Bye.
HQ respond.
This is HQ.
We'll kill the support team too.
Who's that?
What's going on? Respond.
Oh shit. You don't want to go there. Hey, they have another radio? Oh, this guy. Oh shit, they all respawned. Please. Just let me enjoy some alerts in MGS3. We never do those. Oh, great. Ease the frames. Ah, fuck it. Where's the SVD? Time to 360 no scope. Ooh, in the dick. Shit. Hold on. Did they respawn again? Nah. Shit. Maybe they do keep respawning. Nope. Alright, mission complete. And how? Stealth mission complete. Nobody's alive to see you. It's a stealth mission. So you said this guy. I don't know. I haven't actually played a PS2 version on PS2. I played it on backwards compatible PS3, and that thing slows down as well. So, but the PS3 version is notorious for fucking slowing down. HD edition. So I don't know.
Answer me. I'm not talking. Speak. Let go of me. Speak.
If you want to learn more, take a look at the survival viewer map.
Maybe?
Speak. Let go of me. Speak. I'm not talking.
Oh, is this acting down? So it might be. Yeah, he's in the game as...
Let go of me.
Maybe. Well, here's the problem. Okay, he marked himself at least, because I killed everybody else.
Free.
Yeah, he marked himself, so we can see him on the map. That's actually pretty useful, because he's like the first guy who approaches. If you get noticed on the way in, he approaches you, you can just interrogate him there. Yeah, marking is nothing new. Anyway, appreciate your cooperation. You win a prize, a grenade. Without the pin. Oh shit, I killed the snake, huh? Or whatever was in there. A grenade! Pin sold separately. Oops. Alright, so let's capture this. I'm also gonna get the checkpoint here. Ah, fuck, I should have... Okay, doesn't matter. Oh, I do have a bird and a frog. Perfect. We got a few things to do now. We could just go there and rescue Sokolov. But if I put on this mask, guess what? Sokolov also doesn't like it. Just like Zero.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Hey, to fail, just noticed your $1 to snipe early. Thank you. Kimberly, thank you for the 40 months. Welcome back. So, Sokolov also doesn't like to deal with Raiden. Okay.
I won't let you in here! Volkan sent you, didn't he? Go away!
Maybe he already knows what Rykov looks like.
I won't let you in here! Vulcan sent you, didn't he? Go away! I will never give it to you!
Damn.
Wait for me! I won't let you in here!
Okay, well. So here's the thing. Sokolov isn't actually in there. There's nobody in the room. But we're not supposed to be able to see in there, because when the game was made, guess what? This was the camera. So, you're not supposed to see inside. After all, he is a ghost in Portable Ops. But yeah, now with the 3D camera, we can see in there, and yeah. There's nobody. The Phantom Sokolov.
Please stop!
You want a bird, Sokolov? You want a frog? Oh, I know what you want. You want a snake.
Get off me! Get her off me!
Well, if you look inside, if I can find it. Where is it? Did he eat it? Oh, the snake is still in the cage on the desk. Interesting. If it lands in the desk and doesn't come out of the cage. Well, I was gonna point out that we can see that the snake is just chilling there on the floor without anybody disturbing him. Oh, incidentally, 3Dog is here soon. For all your you DRK haters. I'm pretty sure there's people who just come in here and like, when are you switching? Okay, I'll be back. Or there's people who come in here and be like, ah, it's this guy, I'll come back later. Man, that's interesting. I never actually saw that before. Yeah, we can mess with Sokolov here a little bit. Fuck is that noise? Oh, it's the bird flapping around, I think. Get knocked the fuck out. Oh shit, I just killed all the animals in there. But the snake survived. The snake survived because he's still in the cage. Okay, not that we can ever get that snake back now. Well, Sokolov, I have one more grenade I can try. But this one might hurt.
Snake, you can't do that. The future will change. You'll create a time paradox.
Out of all people, Campbell has to come back to tell us. That's a time paradox. You can't do that. American, first of all, that's not a question. Second, what the fuck is new age style over action style? You mean isosceles and Weaver stance? Yeah, that's how Snake and Raiden hold their guns in MGS2. New age style? What? Some new age mumbo jumbo. Fine, Turdox. Alright. There's one other thing to look at in here. Probably don't need to go all the way there, but this call is a little tricky to get. Stand right about here. And we start calling the boss. The boss is currently unavailable.
Whatever.
Nobody's gonna pick up, and usually, if nobody answers, there's no point in calling them anymore, anywhere in the series. So this game is a huge surprise. Because if you keep calling here, a little annoying to get, but eventually we'll get it. Why is she unavailable? Because she's on the toilet right now.
Boss?
That shit is creepy as fuck, man. I try to listen for it every time somebody picks up. But it's not the boss. Yeah. It's the Sorrow. It's really hard to make out what he says there. But if you listen to it, it's pretty creepy. You can hear his voice in between all the radio static. Yeah, he's sicking. The call is like, where do you think you're going, or something like that. It's a pretty crazy little detail. Okay, so since we killed everybody, Snake is gonna tell Zero that we had to kill them. There was no other way. But there's 3 different things that Snake can say in that call. If you say, no one spotted me, I mean, if Snake says, no one spotted me, if you actually get through without alerts. And then there's, I had to kill them. There was no other way. If you kill them. And then there's gotta be something for, like, getting spotted but not killing them. I forget what that is. It's actually pretty, it's a pretty unusual combination of things. But I think it's 3 different lines that we get there. Because you could technically get spotted. Oh yeah, he says I got past him. Right. I like the way he says that. We obviously didn't need to kill him. He's like, I had to kill him. There was no other way. Okay. Sokolov burning the porn.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volkin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process. Or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss. Huh? We meet at last.
I was known and feared as Chad.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major!
Leave it! Shoot the other one!
Whoa!
by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Huh? Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Alright guys, it is time to switch streamers. Three Dogs here. So, we're gonna save.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Tell Three Dog to puke an ocelot. It's okay, I'll puke an ocelot for you real quick. Just let me save. And then if he wants to puke an ocelot, he can puke an ocelot too. Wait a second, you can't puke. Wait a second. You don't have the cure screen, but we might still be able to spin around.
Snake,
in the
have you
viewer.
seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
Jeez, they had to put that in the game. Imagine how it feels about people nitpicking the games. Normally I go to the cure screen to spin around, but oh no, we can just do viewers. That's right. Ready for takeoff. Why is this funny? I don't know. It just is. I think that's enough spinning. This could be a screensaver. Instead of the DVD logo touching the corner, you have Snake touching the corner. Alright, enough. Perfect. Enjoy. Alright, guys. Hey, Peachy's a Snake, thank you for the $3. Want to put that towards the Nation War? What? Let me know in the chat quickly, because we're switching streamers. Thank you. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a little bit of the Secret Theater, because I feel like it. Because we're doing some technical stuff in the background. Let's see. Let's see. We won't play all of it because that takes a long time. Wait, do I even have it? Oh, I do. It's right here. Let's see. Hold on. Let me scroll through this a little bit. Metal Gear Stupid. Raiden getting wrecked by the Shagohod. That's what this game is about.
And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology.
Who the fuck is this guy? Hey.
The name's Eva.
What?
Snake! What's your status? Snake! Snake!
Snake, you can't do that. The future will be changed. You'll create a time paradox. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss.
You've got to be kidding.
I was really hoping Three Dog would be done by this, but now we'll have to play another one. Maybe a short one. Let's see. This one. Oh god, the one was fucking so close. This is just one big video with all the secret theater just spliced together, so it's a bit of a mess. Hold on. Oh, here we go. James, thanks for the 96 months. This one's pretty short. I think Three Dog's gonna be ready.
You can't defeat me. That all you've got?
Damn it.
That's a dirty trick.
You coward!
Boss! Hold your fire!
Come out, Jack.
You lost it!
It's over.
Snake! What happened? Snake! Snake!
Alright guys, switching real quick. Stream is gonna go down in a few seconds. Three Dogs ready. Don't go anywhere. If your stream isn't back in like 10 or 20 seconds, just refresh or whatever. Sorry guys. Gonna catch up on some sleep now. Three Dog will be with you guys for a big chunk of MGS3. Glad to have everybody here. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far, the marathon. Good to have everyone. Thank you all for being here. And yeah, I'll just move out of the way, let Three Dog take over, and I'll be back later. Thank you guys.